Alright, hello. Welcome back, folks. Roth here. Let's see if we can get this to capture. I'm not sure if this is going to go through. I may have to recapture it because OBS, the streaming software, just updated, and now I have to reselect all the different apps. This is what we're working on here. This is the upcoming Dead Skull or Skull Dead that I'm going to be uploading to all the places. I went back and edited a bunch of it, realigned some of the things to make it look like it's looking towards the left. So we went from this looking forward, then I did all the brush tools and stuff. I feel like I should have went live when I did it, but decided to hop back onto it because it took a little longer than I thought it would. But I want to get this uploaded today, since today is October 1st. Started, the starting of spooky season or spooky month. Let me see if I can get the entire monitor to capture. There we go. That should do it. Alright, hopefully the microphone is picking up just fine. I may have to lean forward a little bit for it to be a little bit more louder and clearer. Otherwise, I think if I try to sit back, this is how far back it might sound. The sound coming that picks up might be a little softer than versus me leaning forward. So, but I am on the PC one. So again, let's take a look at how it looked before and now. Yeah. So it's going to be fun to use. Personally, I find it going to be fun to use when you add the popcorn emote. But I find that a lot of the ones that I tend to use, some of the ones where it involves a face of a character, it tends to look towards like the left side, either left side or right side. It's somewhere towards at an angle. So this is a pretty good angle, and since I like to use the popcorn one a lot, this could fit well with that, to pair it well with that. There it is without the holes. But let's continue. But yeah, again, I intend to upload this possibly tonight, possibly before midnight. So technically, it would be on October 1st, and we can start using it tonight. I'm going to clean it up a little bit before I do upload it. Alright, let's get around the eyes here. Smoothing this out. I haven't pressed the save yet, since we're, editing this a little more. Yeah, hopped on quite late, a little later than usual, but even last night, hopped on a little late too. But just want to touch this up and then I'll upload it. Because I feel like having these emotes ready for the month is definitely necessary, even if it takes well into October just to try and get a couple more in. But I do plan to maybe have a crow emote, so might get started on a crow one after uploading this one. Yeah, because I've been wanting to get something to represent each color, and especially since there's not enough crow emotes out there. I just love crows, Ever since Night 94's Brennan Lee's The Crow film adaptation of the comic. which is very gothy. I wouldn't consider myself goth, but some of my own interests definitely fall in line with like the goth culture, but I wouldn't necessarily consider myself one though. Alright, I'm just plain old rough. Alright, let me fix up some of the shines. Wanted to get it so that the eyebrows would appear. Just want to smoothen out the shines here. And have it fade out. Maybe also stretch. I was thinking to maybe add like different colors, like purple edge lighting. I think that's how they call it, edge lighting. Maybe a green and purple, so give it like a Halloween vibe to it. Green, maybe purple, maybe orange. I don't know. Oh yeah, I was supposed to add the shine, right? So I think for shine, we'll do a big one up here. Much like my other emotes, be a shine up on this corner and then shadows at the bottom right. Make it look like there's like slight shine on the head itself. Don't want it to get cut off at the end there at the corner. A little bit bigger. Maybe this thing go to a shadow. Maybe the shadow might be a little too high. Something like that. I think if I shrink it, there would be more room for the shadow for it to pop out. To make it appear like it pops out, you know? But having it so that it's, you know, at least visible is what's important. Gotta see how I lined up the other ones. I need to add the shadow for the cloud one as well. So I'll probably have to drag that in. Right, let's smoothen out the eyes a bit, the eye holes. I feel like the eye holes need to be a different color, like slightly different. But we'll get to it. Oh, maybe I should use the blur effect. Yeah, I don't know about the blur effect. I feel like kind of loses some of the detail, like the brush details, if I do use it. So maybe I'll just add like dotted lines, or maybe do like a dissolve sort of thing. Oh, yeah, dissolve. I think I could probably go in and just add the dots. Woo! I'll go a little softer on that. 10%. And then having the typical eyes there. I feel like I should add, maybe have the shiny parts a little closer so that they're more perpendicular and symmetrical, as if they mirror one another. But that's fine too. Could also resize it, but it's not necessary. I think what I could also do is maybe make, let's do like a hue, like a color layer to get the hue. Add some hue to it, aka some color. Let's see how orange looks for the eyes. This should be colorized, I think. Color. Oh, there you go. It's got a bit of that orange glow. Let's make sure we send message out to some of the other platforms. Oh my gosh. There's the orange. Bloop, bloop. So you can get some purple. Ooh, I like the neonish color here. Colorized, look at that. This would be a very colorful skull if I go this route. See how green looks on the other side? Oh my gosh, the neon green. Ooh, I don't know about this. Don't know about this. I mean, it's a very colorful one, but sure. I think I'll give it like a little hint of the color, but I'll try to negate some of it. It's just to help it glow a little bit, you know? I think if I lighten it up or adjust the opacity for the layer, it'd be cool. And then just adding hints of it here and there, but not too much, is probably the way to go for this. Yeah, I'm not sure about going full-on green there. I think when I start to do like a zombie emote, that's when I want the green to really brighten it up. I guess for now, just stick to the little orange one. Kind of want to get like a pumpkin one as well. Not sure what expression I want the pumpkin to be though, the jack-o'-lantern. I think the first of which would be the skeleton. By skeleton I mean the skull. Maybe? How does green look when it meshes with the purple? Guess we'll find out. Unless this would be like the orange. Wait, why is it cut down? Teeth, without the teeth. Oh, I think it's the shadows that's like cut there. I guess you can actually smudge it. There we go, I gotta smudge it. Smudge it to bring it down. I think it must have been cut off because I was moving it upward from the bottom of the frame. So now I gotta go in and like fix that up. Reshape it. I don't know about keeping that bottom part green though. Alright, go back in. And redo that part. Hey there, Pine. Way to come back. We're gonna be getting the skull up sometime tonight. Just got started. Just hopped on. I was on this like for the past hour, but I didn't get to go live with it. I thought, you know what, this is taking longer than I thought, so might as well just go live with it. Or else I would have started a game tonight, but last night finished up Gloomy Eyes. It's a cute, cozy horror puzzle adventure game. You may or may not caught it, but it's a cute one. The ending turned out, I guess, more of a happy ending, but also sad ending.
Cute, very cute.
But yeah, kind of going for the cutesy one. But I enjoyed it. I thought it was gonna be like much more sad with Gloomy Eyes ending, But yeah, just like a pretty short puzzle adventure game. Kind of wish there were more like it, and there are more like it out there, but just not ones that are like handcrafted like that one. But if in any case, they could do like a second game, and I would love to see that. Spoopy emote making, yeah. Of course, I mentioned that I wanted to get like a crow one in. Trying to add some color to this. So yeah, crow one probably gonna come up after the skull one once I upload it. And I don't know if I want to get the pumpkin in like soon, or I don't know. I feel like it is the, you know, 'tis the season for like pumpkin emotes. Since today happens to be a pumpkin spice day, I feel like there's gonna be a variety of pumpkin related days. Trying to add some color to this. If I adjust the opacity, this would be like, it's like adjusting the saturation. Don't want it to be too neon, but it almost feels like it's like part of like some sort of a lab or something, like Dr. Victor Frankenstein's lab. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, spooky season's upon us. May not be of, you know, many people's forte, but but I'm all for it. I feel like I need to use that term a little more often. Forte. Speaking of Forte, the new Silent Hill. I'm not sure if and when I'll ever get to broadcast that. Possibly sometime in the future, but would really love to play that. But yeah, I don't know if it's officially pronounced Silent Hill F or Silent Hill Forte, because the symbol for the F portion of the logo, it's the same as the Forte in music terms. But yeah. I've been thinking to maybe do that as an emote, like a, I don't know, like a timed, like a limited timed emote, just to use that for whenever anyone streams Silent Hill Forte and Silent Hill F, they can just use that F emote. And of course, like, you know, when someone faints in the game, you know, F in the chat, that's become like a trend nowadays, so like it makes sense to have that, set that as an emote. But we'll see, I don't know. Maybe I can get that in. Either redraw it or maybe like Photoshop it and just crop it to just that F part of the logo or something, I don't know. Let's see if I can add some reds. There was another idea I had for this, where if I do like a variation of the skull where maybe there's different colored versions of the skull, maybe there's a bleeding one, I don't know if that's even allowed on some of the platforms, but would be a neat idea to like do different variations. Maybe a fire one, fire either in the eyes or maybe fire around it. I don't know. There's like so many different ideas I kind of want to make use of. Wait, that was a race. See how this red looks. Ooh, it's a very red. Man, this reminds me of some of the black light posters that I have. Some of them were hand-me-downs. I guess the majority of them were hand-me-down posters from my uncle, because he would have these. I think there was one that it's like a panther or something, like a black panther, and it would have like felt, like this some sort of material that has like a felt texture on it. And when you shine like black light on it, it's meant to be, you know, shown in like a black light room or underneath a black light or something. And parts of it would be like glow in the dark looking, which is pretty cool. Like some of these colors here that I'm using here are very neonish. It reminds me of that poster, that panther poster. It's like a black panther or whatever. Not sure if I want to keep it looking like this. Oh, I wanted to blend it in. Yeah, so a crow one coming up, I think, possibly after this. I think I'll do like a test upload first, just to see how it looks on like Twitch side. And then eventually I'll just add it to the other places. Sure, I want to add the red for the border there. Maybe for the bottom part? Maybe the bottom part could be red. Alright, let's see how the bottom part could look. It's just the hues here. Oh, the blues. Oh, there you go, there you go. Magenta, oh man. The neon. At first, the coloring for the eyes would be the orange. But now I'm thinking, what if I use like the green for the eyes? There's like so many different color variations here. Now seeing the magenta. My gosh. There's an upcoming zombie film taken after the Romero Dead series, but his daughter Tina Romero has a new film out. Well, I guess it's on the way out. It's called Queen of the Dead. Oh, Queen of the Living Deads? Is that the Queen of the Dead or Queen of the Living Deads? But it's part of the you know, the Dead franchise from George A. Romero's. And it's gonna have like drag and all that. It was supposed to be like, it was written by George before he passed, and then it's been finished and turned into a film by his daughter. So upcoming film that's been in the works for a while, and lots of neon in that, which this sort of reminds me of. Now that I'm adding all these different colors. It's orange. Man, purple still looks pretty good. Oh, how about this? What if I colorify it, like colorize it to according to the platform? So like Twitch would have the purple skull, Kick would have the green skull, and then YouTube would have the red or magenta or whatever. That would be awesome. I guess D Live would have the orange slash yellow color. I think that would be neat. Or I can just do multicolor like this, and then just have it up on all the places. Yeah, like a generational. Transcends through the generations. I'm thinking like somewhere like around here where it's like red and orange. Maybe even the magenta. So it sort of blends in with the this next part here at the end of the skulls. Saturation. Lesser saturation. Wow, if I colorize, I would just like colorize through the purple that I have selected. Alright, let's try this. Have you got any plans for the spooky season? Or just plans to just enjoy the atmosphere? Alright, something about this tooth here. I think the shadow of the teeth. Let's get this. Wait. Oh, I think it's this one here. Gotta get that to fade in a bit more. The leaves are turning color. Yeah, I've seen some of them. A majority is still green for us in our neighborhood, but it's starting to turn. Not like bright red or orange yet. I feel like it's starting to. Some years it would turn a lot sooner than others, but like this year it's turning a little late. Like it's at the beginning stage of it. But I feel like by the time we hit November, it's gonna change rapidly. But yeah. But I noticed like, man, a majority of the trees out here are still green. And especially around like, you know, New England area, they're best. It's best time to go hiking around like nowish through November, you know, because all the trees would be like red, green, or not green, like orangey. Whereas like other places, it might still have green. But yeah, spooky season around New England areas, we always have the leaves changing color. Not sure about the nose part. I feel like the nose part could have some sort of a maybe its own color or something. Probably do another orange. Get some more orange in there. Just lighten these colors down here a bit. have it fade. It's only like a little small mark on the teeth. The teeth. Alright. So around the edge here, I feel like I wanted to maybe clean it up a little more. I feel like I could have gone like a little more higher res on the sizing of the emotes here. That's okay. Oh, this tune here is it's a cover song of a soundtrack from a film called Vamp 86, 1986 classic. Not many people talk about it, but it was, I would assume that it was a popular video rental back in the day. But man, I used to watch it a whole lot on VHS because we would tape a copy of it. I remember it was like from a rental that we got, or maybe it was from a TV or something. It must have been from a rental. Usually it would be the case. But I would play that copy on tape over and over and over. It was rated R too, but I guess our family didn't really care it was rated R or not. Like I was still watching it, even if it's a horror film where people die, or plenty of people die. But my gosh, there were scenes that were too intense for children to watch, and I had to be like, I don't know, 7 or 8 when I saw it. Maybe even younger, I don't know. But I kept watching it like year after year. I would pair that up with House. Those two films. I mean, you get your typical slashers like Jason and stuff. I love Jason. Freddy Krueger, all the typical slashers that are still popular today. But yeah, I don't know. I was always a big fan of Jason, and then much later, and this was like back in like the early 90s when I would watch them over and over. Whenever I'm bored, I just like put in the VHS tape and just like watch that same film. Or multiple films. Sometimes it would be like something fun like Ernest Scared Stupid, It's a great Halloween film. For children. It's family friendly. But sometimes it would be like an R-rated film, like, oh, it's a hard R-rated film. So something like Vamp is definitely not for children. and even like, there's like Japanese animation where it gets bloody. And me being a big fan of like Vampire Hunter D, the Guyver, Bio Boosted Armor and stuff. Like those films are not meant for children. Because they get bloody, but I don't know. I'd still be able to watch them. Wait, is this still smudge? Okay, this is still smudge. Could never have survived that as a kid, yeah. Yeah, Vamp was a vampire film. And yeah, it was back when like vampire films were like on the rise again. Well, at least for me as a kid, they were just cool to see vampires on TV and video. So, Fright Night parts 1 and 2 would play on TV. I specifically remember Brewster, or what was that? His friend was named. in that first film. I remember seeing that face, the way they did the makeup for that guy's face. You're so cool, Brewster. You're so cool. The line from the film. And yeah, I remember the commercial cutting that to that moment when they showed his face. It was just like really, it's like a very scary looking makeup effect with how they designed that vampire look. Big fangs, like the fangs are like pushing out of the lips of the mouth and stuff. Which I guess would pave way for like future vampire designs, make more monster-like. So like the Lost Boys, 1987, came out like a couple years after. That one blew up. Yeah, everyone knows Lost Boys back then. Nowadays, like you tell people here and there if they ever see this. It's a newer generation nowadays, and it's like some of these newer kids don't even know what Lost Boys is because there hasn't been a new film for a long time. But yeah, back in those days, man, my aunt and uncles, we were all into it. Any new film that came out in the horror genre, even some lesser known ones too, like April Fool's Day would be another one. It's like a slasher. All right, that's a little bit more clean on that side. I don't know what I'm doing on this part here. Whether or not to make it shine or what. Go back in. But yeah, I was a big fan of like Jason, the Swamp Thing. That was like a live action TV series and stuff. It's more of like a dark superhero. Batman, yeah. The Crow, especially The Crow. I was a big fan, a big influence on me growing up. That's why our next emote is going to be a crow. Let's get this part here. Man, this would like... Where's that out a bit? That's okay. I'm gonna try and race here. Ooh. It's a little bit dirty on the shadows here. Try to cover it up a little bit. Alright, I'm gonna try and fade it a little more. I feel like this bottom part here is a little too bright. Hmm. Ba-bum-ba-da. I feel like the part could be more purple. Give me a darker purple. Let's try this one, this color. Oh, I don't think we can go any darker there. Ooh, okay. Something about that part, I feel like I could maybe have it blend in. Curve around and blend in with the magenta there. Bips and bulbs. Maybe certain angles would have it. Moving out. Okay. I think we might do a test upload. Oh, that green part on the side there. It's a random green. Could be purple like this side, but something about that green, I don't know. See how look when it's like smaller here, zoomed in, zoomed out. Oh, that shine. That's how it looks without the shine. I think having the green as the shine part gives it more like, I don't know, like that Frankenstein aura around it. Crow emote? Yeah. I definitely want to get a crow emote in to go along with the skull emote. And maybe a pumpkin one. I don't know. Like, I think of what I want to put as a face for the jack-o'-lantern. Oh, I always need to re-upload that cloud one again. Because apparently I didn't get to add the shadows to it and or the shine. So I might get to doing that. Like the shine should be green. I don't think I can adjust the color for it. It's like colorize. Green, come on. Green. Let's colorize this. I don't know if that worked or not. Yellow boost. I don't know if that did it. Okay. Oh well. I think having the green underneath it helps a bit. I'm gonna try a different layer. No difference there. Try this. Oh man, that orange. Oh my gosh. This reminds me of that clothes brand, like a gamer clothes brand called Jinx. JINX or something like that. They have a logo like this, where it's like a skull. Ooh, look at that. Swap colors. The green and the purple. Subtract. Right here, this is very jinxy. Oh my gosh. This adds like a border. This is pretty cool there. This is like black light. Man. See, playing around with the different layers, you never know what you're gonna get. That is pretty cool. Like it shows the shape of it and stuff. But we go back to normal. The normal. This is how it looks on normal. Let's go back to color. Color's like a mix between the two. And now let's go back to difference. Oh man. Minus the eyes, but like I like the this part here and then the teeth. Like it adds that color to it. I don't know about this top part though. It makes it so the eyes like pop out in like a 3D way. Oh my gosh, that's a little too hard. This one's pretty okay. Pin light. I always like pin light. Oh man. Linear light. So this is when we want to do like neon colors. Look at that. This one makes it look like it's got like yellow up there. A neon yellow. Not bad, not bad. Hard light. It's almost like Predator vision right here. The, how do you call it? Like the thermal vision. Ooh, a soft light. Yeah, soft light is pretty good. Like not too neon. Overlay? Yeah, overlays. Overlays look good one. See how that looks with color. Okay, I see. Overlay. Maybe I should go with overlay instead. Overlay. Yeah, see, overlay keeps the dark shadow underneath. Okay. Man. Oh man, when the eyes go orange. Ooh, I like that pink. The light pink. You don't always see like a pink skull, you know? The blue's there. Man, lighting is pretty good too. Dark color. Oh, here we go. Linear burn. Color burn. Man, maybe I wanted to get the color burn all along. You get the true shadows, but then like then you get like the colors surrounding the shadow. So it gives it like that burn. See, multiply is pretty good. I can't choose now. There's so many options. Alright, we'll go back to color. Color, overlay. Man, the overlay is good. Kind of want that neon to show a little bit. Yeah, there's less of the magenta in this. If I go with overlay. I'll just stick to the color. The color layer. Alright, I'm gonna save this. Just save as, maybe this will be, I think I might stick to just Skull Dead. Because I plan to maybe do multiple versions of this skull. So like, Skull Dead, Skull, I don't know, Giggle or LOL or something. Because maybe I can probably see like Skull doing like a laughing face, like the eyes would be like, you know, it would squeeze in a bit, you know, as if it's like, you know, you're looking like it's like trying to laugh or giggle. So maybe that, That would be something. So this will be Skull Dead 1 for now, temporary. Wait, let's see. This is... No, I'm gonna do like 500 by 500. I don't know why I have the others. Okay, yeah. Do Skull Dead for now. Dead. Save for web. PNG. Unsure about the shadows yet until I see how it looks on the web. Skull Dead. Even in case I have to like resize it or something to adjust the shadows, I'll have to come back and then resize it. All right, I think 500 by 500 is good. All right, let's bring out the emote page on Twitch side. All right, we're about to upload it. Oh, I also need to fix that cloud one too. Create new, upload new. Emotes. Oh my gosh, there he is. Man, I don't know. I feel like I might want to adjust it a little more. I like how subtle it was on the cloud guy. Same thing for the water drop. But yeah, that... What's it called again? It's like a edge lighting? Is that what it's called? Edge lighting? Alright, I'm gonna upload this guy. Got a very ivory... Like he's meant to look like an ivory color. There we go. Skull Dead. So I'm glad I was able to get it so that he looks to the side a little bit, like at an angle. Because before it was just like looking forward, which is fine too. But like how I plan to use that emote is that tend to combine it with the popcorn, you know. All right, so this is going to be set to. Maybe I'll set it to a follower as well. But let's get it to tier. Oh, tier 1 is full. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Wait, let me see. Yeah. What? Let's set it to. Yeah, let's set it to follower for now. And yeah, I gotta remove the GG one. So GG to the GG. And this slot would be for tier 1. Nice. Still got the animated emote. So this is part of tier 1. This is for part tier 1. Okay, so bonus ones. Okay. I gotta figure out ones for tier 2, tier 3. And then I can unlock more if there's more subscribers there. But tiers, I need to do that too. Alright. For this one, it's gonna have to be capital letters, skull or something. Yeah, I think it's gonna be skull. And the skull are dead. How do I have for the other ones? Cloud. Maybe it is skull. Skull. Tagging myself. Like how it has the auto size piece here. Imagine if I do maybe the 28 by 28 would be like a pixelized version. Oh. There we go. Alright, saved. Let's see if it loads in. before it was ready to use yet. I have to refresh. Oh yes, it is. Skull and skull. Nice. Wait, here's the popcorn one. Nice. Look at that. Oh my gosh, it's got a witch hat. Why's it got a witch hat for? Is that a default thing? Around spooky season? I'm looking at the shadows. They're pretty dark. So maybe I'll adjust that a little bit. Shadow there, and then the top part here for the lighting. I don't know if I want to keep that. I think I like the green lighting. So maybe I'll do a little more of that. Expand it up a little bit. Just to further differentiate from the color of the skull, because the white would blend into that so well that it makes it look like out of shape, you know, out of the intended shape. My only worry is that the fadedness of that shine is gonna go out of the frame, and then it'll appear like it cuts off. You know what I mean? So let's do that. Maybe. Oh my gosh! I didn't realize the purple was going out there. Imagine if. What if I do this instead? Have the colorized glow around it. Or imagine just like transparent like this. A crystal skull. I don't think anyone has like a crystal skull in a way where it looks like transparent. Like emote out there, you know? Because that would be cool to see like a glass looking skull that you can see through. So whatever the background for the website is, it would just like, you know, you can see through the website that way. Like that'd be awesome. I think I'm just gonna try to do a blend option for this. Outer glow. Oh! Oh my gosh, yeah, just have a glow like that. Make it animate like this. Oh man, yeah, just like fill up the entire frame, huh? A very glowy skull. Let's see how this looks. Shadows. I think this part here needs to be a little more transparent. Okay. Yeah, I think this part here needs to be a little bit more glowy. Just softly go in and just try to erase a little bit. Greens, purple, reds. All right, save over it. Let's see, what else do I want to adjust for this? You know, something about that shadow on the left side. Let me see. May want to like try to smoothen it out a little bit. Man, that green is definitely coming out. There's something about this part here. I might want to smoothen it out a little bit more. Smudge, smudge, smudge. Oh, my friend is streaming right now. Let's see what he's up to. Oh, he's playing a spooky game, eh? Let me give him a little shout out real quick. Our friend Squee is on. Give him a little spook shout out. A spook out. Oh, it looks like he's closing out now, though. I think he was on earlier playing Peak. He was doing a solo run. I don't know if he made it. Oh yeah, since you're Canadian, do folks up there celebrate Halloween up there? I think some might. I know my friend Carson, who also streams on Twitch. He would celebrate Halloween, I think. Or I guess you guys would have Thanksgiving in October, right? It's like a Canadian Thanksgiving. Oh, so it is a thing for you guys. Yeah. Because I know quite a few Canadians, mostly online. And yeah, there's like, I feel like there's plenty of people that do. I didn't know it was gonna be like official, but I guess that confirms it then. Yeah, because like there are other regions that don't celebrate it at all. Like some parts of Europe doesn't do it. Some parts of Asia doesn't do it. Like Japan, they don't normally do it, but like they recognize the quote unquote holiday or you know the celebration of it, which is good. I guess the same goes for like Christmas and stuff. Not everyone celebrates it, you know, around the world. I'm gonna upload this one maybe. Actually, let me get another neon down here. Thanksgiving, yeah. That's why I was thinking too. So like Canadian Thanksgiving is also a thing. So you guys get like a month ahead of us. All in a month too. Like wow, all the good stuff in a month. And then for us, it's like Halloween. Then next month is Thanksgiving, and then the Christmas followed by Christmas, and then the New Year's is like boom, 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 boom. 4 different celebrations or reasons to celebrate the holidays and stuff. 4 in a row. Neon. Wonder if that's gonna show on the emote. Alright, save it again. And I'll do a re-upload. Replace. Did I close the browser? It's when I have to like, there's no option to like update it. Gotta remove and then do it over again. Oh. Leave from library. So I think I can do this way. Oh, there you go. A little bit of that glow. Both sides. Kind of not noticeable in a small view, but like I feel like if I were to extend that a little more, there's the one way to like actually preview it is to actually upload before adding it. Okay, so maybe I'll just keep it in this view and then I'll base it on this before I actually upload it. Yeah, because I can just like add it over and over. Australia doesn't technically do it. We understand they are trying to make it a thing. Heard a couple of oh yeah. There's a lot going on in Australia, like political wise. It's kind of sad over there with what they had to deal with and stuff. But yeah, that's pretty neat though that they're trying to get it to make it a thing and stuff. Especially in film, you know, it's always celebrated in film. And since a lot of films are made in Australia, I feel like, you know, it could be possible in some time in the future, you know. Always come up for our Thanksgiving and then you can have the 2 of them. Yeah, exactly. I don't have family up there, but I have been up there because I guess my parents would have friends that have moved up there. And then we would visit them back in like the 90s, mid-90s. But it was only just that one time. I've only been to Toronto like once. And then we went to like Chinatown. Big Chinatown up there compared to how it is in Boston area. But I still have like a CD that I bought when I was up there. And there may have been. Oh, I had a Pikachu wallet. So like, yeah, somewhere like in 1997, 1998. But for some reason, I think I recall getting a Pikachu wallet from one of the stores in Chinatown up there. I remember using that wallet. That was like my first wallet, I think. I never had to carry a wallet until that Pikachu wallet, I think. It was like my favorite wallet until it wore out. All the graphics, like the graphic, it was a Pikachu graphic that's like printed on that wallet, and it like over time it just like started to wear off. I don't know what happened to that wallet. It must have been thrown out, but majority of that image has been worn off. That I didn't have to use it anymore. I think after that I had a proper wallet to use, but it must have been thrown out. I really like that wallet too. Wish I still had it. Like I remember, I think I recall like trying to redraw it like on paper. The image of that Pikachu. I wouldn't say it's chonky, but it's just like a regular size Pikachu. It was before they started making like, before we start seeing like images of Pikachu where it's like, I don't know. I guess the original image of Pikachu was chonky one, with how they show it in the list of Pokemon images that we used to print out that list, the 151 list of Pokemon, and I still have some of those printed papers too from way back when. I got like piles and piles of like printed images, because we would have a computer lab back in junior high, and then we just use them to like print out. We will search like anime on the we would have access to computers, and we just like search like Dragon Ball Z or Sailor Moon or something, and then Pokemon comes in, and then we would just like print them out on paper. Just to keep, I guess. Because back in those days, like a lot of us didn't own computers at home. Like only a selected few would be fortunate enough to own a computer at home. But like, yeah, we would just go to the library or use a computer lab at school. It was back in like 96, 97. So like Pokemon was coming out. Dragon Ball Z, Sailor Moon was the trend. Tenchi Muyo and stuff at the time. But yeah. But I remember printing a whole lot of those. I still have some of them too. Lots of K-pop stuff, early K-pop, and anime. Got like folders and folders of that. When I did the magazine, looking through some of those old magazines, there were some of those images that I had in a folder, old drawings and like printed images of like K-pop stars and anime. Like a lot of those images and folders I still have back from like middle school. Printing all that was such a thing to do. Yeah. Everyone, like almost everyone that was into like anime at the time, they would all head to the library on a weekday after school and just print. After doing our homework, we just like print out, look up anime websites on GeoCities, and just print out whatever we find. The latest news on like Dragon Ball Z, like that's not even aired in the US networks yet. Like we see all this like Super Saiyan Jin, we learn about them through the internet first before you even see them in an episode on TV. There was no other way, unless we had like a tape that was recorded on VHS, and then like I don't know, hand-me-down tapes from a neighbor or something that would have access to it, or rent it from like a local shop that may have the latest episodes in Japanese. Like that was like the only way. Which one shop, I guess there would be two shops around in our town that did it, that would have like, you know, the latest episode of Neon Genesis. It'll always be rented out. I guess it's always been rented out. What? Racer? Oh. Different color. But yeah, there was a... And then they would just watch the episode live as it airs on like ITV or international channel. At the video store too, when supposedly I would watch it at home, but then like just that one night I remember going into that shop and then like it was airing at the time that I'm supposed to be watching it at home. But they were also recording it from the TV. That's how they were able to get it, and they get people to rent it that way. So that was how they did it. That's how they ran that shop, that video store. So if people wanted to rent it, if they miss the airing of that episode, they can just rent it from that shop. That's how we did it back in the day. Nowadays, you can just like open up a website and just stream it. The latest episode. It's so much easier and accessible now. Then again, I guess back then, not everyone has access to those channels. Aside from the video store. So you have to have like, I don't know, either have connections or just be around the neighborhood and be patient to rent those episodes and catch up to everyone else, and then discuss it with other folks who have seen it. Okay, let me see. I'm not sure about the purple part, but oh, I forgot about the background thing. Let me see. Oh, why does it still have the shadows back there? Oh, I see, because of this thing. Oh, okay. Here, let me yeah, just gotta wait for that episode, huh? Smoothing this part out. I have a feeling that this is gonna be cut off at the end here. It's okay. What is happening over here? Oh, I gotta fix that. What part is that? Oh, okay. So it's this part. Bump, 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 bump. Alright, teeth shadow. Bioluminescent. Oh man. That's a colorful one. Yeah, viewing it up close, you can actually see the flaws, but I think when it's small enough, you don't really see the flaws. Okay, here about this part here. I'm gonna shape it up a little bit. Keep thinking that scrolling the mouse wheel would resize the thing. I'm so used to like Scribblet now. Having used Scribblet for the past few years and like coming back to Photoshop, it's like, oh, the mouse scroll wheel is not that. Does not adjust the size of it. Okay. Man, the white blends in so well. Alright, let's try this. Keep having to save over it. Hopefully the purple would shine a little more. Replace. Okay, so this is how the previous version looked like. Let's upload the new one. I guess we can be preview here too. Okay. Well, you can slightly see the green a little more. I'm assuming it's a little more cleaner now though. Wow. Supports like almost 5,000 by 5,000 pixels. Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell the even from the smaller sized one here that's going to appear in the chat whether it has the purple glow. But I guess it's, I don't know, it's close enough. Here's a preview here. It might be more visible on the white than it is on the dark background for dark mode. But you can kind of see it. I don't know. I could probably go back and adjust it, but yeah, you can kind of see it. I think if I really make that border out, let me see. Oh my gosh, this is how it looks before. We're just plain, no color, but then with color, man, it's so visible. Making sure the opacity is way up. Let's see. Don't want it to be too much. Add a little more. Just afraid that it would cut off at the edge there. In the case that it does, would have to, you know, adjust it and stuff. At least there's more room in this corner here. Or just go in and add it. You're down here too. Okay. Hopefully this will be can't really see it past the white, but hopefully this will be good. I think possibly due to the layer. Oh my gosh. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. It possibly could due to the layer style that might not appear. But let's try this. Put that back in there. Oh, there you go. Now I think the green sort of pops out a little more. Something wrong, what? Try it again. Oh, why does it do that? Okay. At least the green would be a little more visible. Maybe not the top part, but like... I think one way to be sure is to shrink the skull a little bit and then have the color. Alright. I'll just say this one as temporary. Skull dead. I think it's as close as I can get. But I think later on, I don't know, if I want to adjust it a little more, I may have to decrease the size a tiny bit by a few pixels and then just do the thing. Alright, so this will be that. And then get another one in. This will be the final one. Skull. Skull lol. Yeah. That was another thing too that I thought, what if I do like a laughing skull and just do skull lol? Skull lol. With a missing L? Or triple L? So what if it's like skull and then lol? Skull lol. Yeah. Someone probably already has that out there. I wouldn't doubt it. I think skull is just fine. My gosh, wait. There's a Roth Sloth bots. What the heck? There's a Roth. Alright, there we go. No more GGs. I guess I'll have to come up with my own GG. I gotta think about that though. However that's gonna appear. So we got the cloud guy. I might need to re-upload that cloud guy. Alright, there we go. Cloud is in. Whoop, skull is in. Just saying. Skull lol. Let's see if it's updated yet. There we go. Yeah, there we go. A little more glowy there. I dig it. I like the edge lighting there. It's funny how they call that edge lighting. I think that's how they call it. I'm gonna look it up real quick. May or may not be appropriate. Pure edge lighting. I know what that is. Yeah, edge lighting. Yeah, it's called edge lighting. Okay. Wow, it's even like a thing for phones too now. Alright. Cool. Our skull is in. RIP. AKA the RIP emote. Kinda. Alright. So that's saved. I think next is the crow emote, I guess. I don't know. I feel like the shine portions of it, of the skull, might need adjustments, but temporarily I think that should do it for now. Let's see. So the cloud one. Got to add the shadows for the updated one. I could probably do that one real quick. Oh, I was supposed to do the hair thing for him. Alright, I'm just gonna pull in this one? Yeah, it is this one. Okay, so shadow. Look at how I wanted to do this one here. Is it blend options? Drop shadow. Oh, why did I do that? Wait, is it supposed to be? Oh, I see. So it's gotta be this one here, background copy. Ah, yes. Got what the details were for the previous emotes. Like it's not big enough of a shadow. Let's try 10. I feel like the hair part should be a little bit different. But you know what? I'm gonna try and move everything around. Whoop! Select all the layers. Which one is this? Ooh, I like this highlight. Oh my gosh. I want to move everything over. That way the drop shadow would appear. Okay, 10, 10. I think somewhere around 10 or maybe 12. According to the spread. But I'll keep the spread at like maybe somewhere around 20. And distance at 10. I think this should do it. 135 angle degree. Let's save this here. Web 500 by 500. Is it C? I think it is C. We'll save it on that. What about boom ba da boom? So I want to be able to just update it and not have it to re-upload it each time. Loud wisp. This one's just cloud. Actually, I think it makes sense to have the skull at number 4. Okay, there we go. Loud wisps in the skull. Skull dead rip. Rip would be the next term after that. But I think just keeping it 2 words combined is good enough. Alright, on to the crow. Oh, I don't know how I'm gonna make the crow part. Alright, let's disable all these. A bald cloud. Crow. So of course it's gonna be this one would represent the black color. I'm gonna have to figure out the shape for this. Maybe just like a standard crow, just like cawing, you know? Caw, caw, caw. Again, like maybe facing towards the left, so that if I were to combine the crow with the popcorn, it would look like it's like trying to peck at the popcorn bucket. So that is the idea for a lot of these emotes. It's just to combine it with the popcorn bucket. So maybe I'll have his wings pop out or something. I think majority of this crow would still have some grays on him. But maybe it's like one of those laughing crows or something. So I feel like there's just like a lack of crow emotes out there. There's like at least one channel I know that has like a focus on just crow emotes. Like that's like the thing. And it looks toony too, the way they designed their crow. But I kinda wanna make one that's like, I don't know. It's just one-time use and you know that it's a crow. And it doesn't look too memey, you know? But like other channels, there's like one other channel that has those crow emotes, but you can't really tell that it's a crow, other than it's like a black colored bird. But it's got a very memey sort of design, like based off of the that frog one. I don't know. I kind of want to get like a cool looking crow in there. Crow or raven? Ravens have like the bigger beaks, but the crows are more sharp and short. Because it can't rain all the time. Yeah, the ravens. Man, I was such a big fan of crows back in like '94 and onwards. Such a big influence after the film. Even before the film came out, I was like a big fan of Brendan Lee already. Brendan Lee, Bruce Lee, you know. There was that was a film that he was in. Like, was it Trouble in Little Tokyo or something like that? It aired on TV. Him with Brendan Lee and I think Donald. Wait, is it Donald? Let's see, what's his name? Dolph Lundgren. Oh yeah, Dolph Lundgren. Yeah. Let me see what film that was. I know. I don't remember the title of that film. Yeah, that was like Trouble in Little Tokyo, yeah? Oh, Showdown in Little Tokyo. That's what it was. 1991. Showdown in Little Tokyo with Brendan Lee and then Dolph Lundgren. That was the one I saw back in '94. Aired on TV. I think it was on WB or something like that. Pretty good film. Get to see like Brendan Lee in there. Oh, the guy that plays Shang Tsung, that would go on to play as Shang Tsung in the Mortal Kombat movie. Kerry Hiroyuki and Tagawa. Yeah, Kerry Hiroyuki would play a character in that film. I've got that he was in there. But yeah, Dolph Lundgren and Brendan Lee. It was very much like a Double Dragon, almost like a Double Dragon, like a more quality kind of a Double Dragon. I wanted it to be I wanted that to be the Double Dragon movie. But the two characters are like, you know, they're fighting for justice, and they're fighting for the same reason, so they pair up, but they play as cops. It's like a buddy comedy action film, more so dark comedy, but I enjoyed that one. So it was like shortly before they came out with the Crow film, because it was still in the works. Like he was still filming the Crow film when I first saw that Showdown one. So it was all in hype of the upcoming Crow film. And I remember seeing the commercials for it, the music, Big Empty by Stone Temple Pilots, you know. Like I was all into that soundtrack, that song, you know. It would air on MTV Unplugged. You know, the unplugged version of that song that would air. It's basically just the music video for it. And that would air continuously. I would just like tape it and just rewind it over, try to write down the lyrics, because there was no such thing as like, you know, you can't find the lyrics unless, I don't know, you either know the artist or something, and then maybe they send you an email or a letter or something back in the snail mail days. But otherwise you just like listen to the song and try to find out the lyrics for it by listening to it over and over. Or play on the radio or play on MTV. And my uncle, my uncle, my neighbors, like we were all into the Crow, and then when they found out that I was right, I wrote down the lyrics for the song. I was like, oh, I want a copy of that. My uncle was like, oh, I want a copy of that. The lyrics for Big Empty, which was actually one of the songs that was featured on Twitch Sings, by the way. Sang that one live. I was surprised when they added that one. I was like, wow, that's one of my favorites. One of the reasons why I like the song in the first place. It was featured on the film. I don't know how this is gonna turn out. I think kind of want the wings to show too, but then like I'm not sure how I can fit it all in. Bung, 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 bung. Let's do another layer. That was pro body. Oh my god, look at the eyes. The eyes are just shining through. Yeah, I don't know if I can fit the legs in this. I was thinking to just make the crow logo. Oh, I love the logo design for that. Everything about that film, man. The music, the soundtrack, the effects. They edited it in a way where, like, they just made it work with all the remaining footage that they got. After the effects, or after the accident happened, the effects man did all they could, like going frame by frame. There was something about like them like making it frame by frame to edit in his face. So when, as you're watching the film, like part of the transformation when Eric Draven, the character, Brennan Lee's character, he comes back alive. He goes back to the apartment, and then he puts the face paint on, and then the lightning that shines and that song plays is the Cure song. That moment where the lightning shines, that's where they place the face in for the double. So it was actually a double that they had in place when filming it, but they CG'd Brennan Lee's face on there. So they made sure to photograph all of that, or film him before the accident happened. But yeah, there's like a whole documentary of that too. That was released on the DVD initially. I don't know if they put it on the Blu-ray though. I have the one of the initial Blu-ray releases, but it was just shortly. I think it was like years before they remastered it again for 4K. Yeah. There's little known facts like that. I'm, me being a huge fan of the film, of course, I would be so into it. I would still know these things, but for years and years to come. Like same thing for Mortal Kombat. Like I would know things about that film, production-wise, where the casual viewer may not. But yeah, I was such a big fan of those films. But yeah, just a very tragic outcome of that. And it was made with the permission of, like, in partnership with like the actual writer and creator of the franchise anyway. Like he was on board to make it, and then they almost did not release the film initially, but they had to get permission from the Lee family for that film to be finished and then made. So production took a little bit longer before it finally got released. And it's a great Halloween film too, because it all happens on Halloween, or I guess Halloween Eve, like the day before Halloween, and then like there's a scene in the film where it takes place on Halloween night, towards the end of the film. So it's like, it's a great one to watch like the day before Halloween and then on Halloween as well. But man, that it's just such a sad movie too. I haven't seen it for a long time. A long time. I was gonna watch it like last year for the anniversary, just in spite of the remake that came out last year. And no one talked about the remake after it came out. Ah man, why did they do it? Even when they announced the remake, I was like, don't do this. Don't you do this. It's not gonna end well. And look, and there you go. Look at how it ended up. In the trash bin. No one ever talks about it now. But studios, they don't listen to what the fans have to say about it. Just ignore the fans. But it's like they would cast like, I mean that remake has been in production for like a long time. Jason Momoa was gonna be the guy to play Eric Draven, and then they swapped over to Bill Skarsgård, who's been like in a whole lot of films now. But like for him to be in that film and then play as Eric Draven's like, he could just play a different character. It doesn't have to be Eric Draven. It doesn't even have to be the first story. Just make it a new story. You know, that would have been fine. It didn't have to be the first story. It didn't have to be a remake. It can just be a new entry and then set that as a reboot. And even the original writer-creator was against that remake and recommends watching the original anyway. It's like, why? Why make it? But, you know, again, studios, they own the IP now. Oh my gosh, the location of the eyes. I gotta move that. Okay, I kind of want to get a piece of that eye and resize it somewhere else. Don't look at those. They're buttons. Nothing else. They're buttons. I kind of want to have like a laughing crow or something, but making it look like it's laughing, it's gonna be a bit tough. Oh my gosh, these eyes! It's like those ice cream pops where the eyes are lopsided. Imagine just having the eyes like this. Oh, it's something. Move this one up a little more. Oh, there you go. Right there, like that. Yeah, make it like a toony looking one. Yeah. All black. No turning back. Yeah, they've had. Yeah, happy Spooky Month, man. Getting some more emotes in. There's a skull one I just added, by the way. And yeah, now right now we're working on the crow one. I've always been wanting to get like a crow emote in, because not many people have a crow emote. Oddly enough. There's some channels that might have it, but I feel like it's just not as popular of a thing, you know what I mean? So I gotta have it. It's funny how like the crow would be the first animal for my channel, but then like, you know, I would love to get a sloth in, but man, even sloth is more popular nowadays than how it was before in past years. Oh my gosh. Oh, I might have to readjust the layers here. Let's cut that. Ooh. Hold on, let me see. I drew on the wrong layer. Yeah, just like doodling along, just see how this would turn out. Merge layers. Right, smooth this towards this way. Yeah, we got a skull emote now. Yeah, I may adjust that skull emote from time to time. It's almost looking like close to that ghost one too. I kind of want to get a ghost one in as well. Not sure how I'm gonna. I want to make a better quality version of that one that's a global emote, the RPG Ghosto. I use that one a lot too. Like whenever like a channel starts up, especially around this time of of the year when spooky streams are up. I tend to use that ghost one a lot. The Ghosto. Oh, I drew on the wrong layer again. Okay. All right. I don't know if I want to add the tongue for this. Keep on typing on the wrong keyboard because I have some of the stuff on the second monitor. Crow tongue. This also makes me want to play Crow Country again. Apparently crows' tongues are red. Man, I used to make... Seeing all these images of crows right now just makes me... It reminds me of like the time when I would like make crow sounds. Like just like caw-cawing. Open up the window and just caw-caw out of nowhere. Alright, I'm not sure about the eyes yet, but I think I want to reshape the head. Oh, what if I have the crow to have like sunglasses? So it'd be like a cool crow. Yeah. Right now, this is like the silhouette of the guy. I don't know about the wings there. How am I going to add the tail now? I guess it would go down here. Where the knee is. That looks like a chicken tail. Alright, I guess now we can start adding some maybe some blues in or something, maybe purples. Maybe like a dark gray or something. Yeah, I like this color here. Shine. See how this looks on the blacks. Been a long time since I've drawn anything crow related. Aside from like in Scribblet. Ooh, yeah, like a faded purple color. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Quoth the raven. Wait, how's the rest of the body look like? Okay, there we go. Oh, now I see the feathers a little more. It's probably better to have it. Now I'm wondering whether I should do like multicolor. I don't want it to look like a parrot. Really just keeping it like two-tone colors is good enough. Maybe add a third. Yeah, maybe the wing would just be like down here or something. I think the big thing we'll see would be his head just cackling away. Yeah, I'm not sure if I would do like a follow-up to the crow emote. So just having like one temporarily for now. Yeah, get a sleek, shiny black. Think of it add like the whites, specks of white on there would look pretty cool. You know what? I think instead of why does he look so funny with these eyes on? Oh man. The goofy eyes. I think if I fix the alignment of the left one here. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Oh. I was thinking to do something different for the eyes. So like maybe make it like oh wait, I'm still on the eraser. So say temporary, like if I want to go like a little more cutesy, you know, more kawaii, something like this, you know. So it's like a laughing crow, you know. Let's go a little harder on that white, so you can actually see a little more. One way to make it visible, right, is just to have the white on the black. The rainbow. Ka, 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 ka. Yeah, I used to make like the more realistic sounding crow sounds that I haven't done for ages. Thinking that like one day I'll be able to communicate with the crows, like actual crows. It was back in like the 90s, into the 2000s. Well, I should probably have his tongue stick out too. Alright, here, I'm just gonna keep that kawaii eye. Literally just name it kawaii eye. as like a temporary layer. Ooh. Oh, go for the hard edge. And oh, if I want to do like a crying crow, a crying crow, it will be like a crow that's like that has his head down and then just like just tears. a cry laughing crow. Oh man. A cry laughing crow. Oh, that's gonna be hilarious. Yeah, I think it has to be like a different color. I'm trying to gray. And it has to be like big enough so that it, you know, can actually see it. You can see that as a tier. I guess some artists, some emote artists would make it in like pixel format, like the actual 28 by 28. So each individual emote would be like its own like resolution and stuff, and then going in and edit each 3 of it. I can barely even see that. See how it looks in the white background. Bloop. Easy as pie. Look at that. It's so simple. Oh man. Bloop, bloop, bloop. That's hilarious. Man. I feel like this kind of emote here would work well as like an animated emote. Like I can just like animate the crow just laughing. You know, I can already imagine it. And the tear would be like wobbling, you know. And the same thing with a crying one too, like you're just like puffing. Like that would be hilarious. I'll say this later for future ideas, I guess. Let's go in and smooth it out. I can't wait to get back to animating some of these again. Oh man. The laughing crow. What are you laughing at? Laughing but no sound. It was just a joke and an idea, but now that idea might become a reality. think the teardrop has to be like probably the most shiny part of the image. The shiniest tear. Just like the water emote. Maybe the tear should have its face, its own face. Oh man. Wugga 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 wugga. Ah, cuck 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 cuck. It's pretty cool. I need to find the Twitch dark mode color. Dark mode color. Got it. Let's do a duplicate. This is Twitch dark mode. Tolerance. Wait. Gotta remove the web colors. There we go, that's the Twitch dark. Man, that's gonna like blend in so well. The crow might not even be visible. It probably appears much better on the white background. Okay, let's move this guy a little bit. Actually, you know what? The beak is already at the very top edge there. I guess I just gotta make the best of this. Back to these eyes. Oh man, the way I cropped it. Uh-oh. Bong 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 bong. Oh man, those eyes. I think let's see, let's move this one here. It's so lopsided. Would they ever make a crow ice cream bar? Like how they make the Ninja Turtle and Sonic ice creams? I guess they now have a Mario one. And then the eyeballs would be like the bubble gum, the gumball portion of it. Oh, there was a Discord, there's a Discord quest. Folks that use Discord, there's a Discord quest for Black Phone 2, and it's basically like an interactive game I might want to stream that just to claim my 700 Discord orbs. It ends on the 9th, so I gotta get that in as soon as possible. Maybe when I finish this emote, I'll probably do it. Capture the entire screen and just play through that interactive and try to get to the end. So there's a chance to get 700 of this Discord orbs. It's pretty much the Discord currency that you can use for the shop and stuff. Discord shop. But they have a promotion for Black Phone 2, the upcoming horror film sequel. Actually, I think it's like a prequel story? Yeah, it's a prequel story. But they call it Black Phone 2. Numbering it 2. But yeah, there's like a mini game that you can play. So you get a phone call from the antagonist. Pretty spooky little interactive. But you gotta like solve a puzzle and figure out like what numbers to dial and stuff. Play a couple of rounds of it before I hopped on. So use a smudge. See, with the white background, I can now see what part needs to be adjusted. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Man, this makes me want to put on the Crow soundtrack. I have it on CD too. Oh! Oh, right now my camera's not pointing in the right direction. Yeah, I got the soundtracks for both the first film and the second film. Kind of want to pull it out and just like put it in the CD drive and just listen to it. I used to have that playing on this the old CD player that I used to have. It was that, the Mortal Kombat soundtrack back in '95. So around those years. I had the Sailor Moon CD as well, Pokemon soundtrack. Oh man, to be a master. Man, back to Pokemon. And then I had the Tenchi Muyo soundtrack, and also Zelda. I had Zelda Ocarina of Time. Just for being a subscriber of Nintendo Power. So one of the rewards that I selected for that month was to get the soundtrack for Ocarina of Time. I still have that soundtrack. As I was moving some stuff around today, that was one of the CDs that was on top of the stack of CDs that I had. But I brought it out when I was playing Ocarina of Time on stream. It's been like 2 decades since I last played it or so. There was the original one, and then there was the 3D one, the re-release of the soundtrack you can get from Club Nintendo or My Nintendo. I think it was Club Nintendo. It was still called Club Nintendo, I think. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, now the beak is a little more organized. Caw, caw, caw. Oh, there were a few trailers that appeared today, October 1st. A few really interesting upcoming horror film that's gonna be seeing released in the next coming months. One called We Bury the Dead. I think it's like a zombie film. I forgot who's involved with that one, but it looks really good. It's an R.L. Stine one that's coming up. It's gonna be a Tubi original called Pumpkinhead. Not to be confused by the old 80s IP Pumpkinhead. Which is also a really cool film. I'll probably be watching the sequels. I went back to rewatch the first film. Still great. And yeah, special effects, practical effects, kind of like an underrated IP. It hasn't got. I mean, I guess it had a few sequels, but I think it had like 4 films, if I recall. But barely anyone talks about them. It's kind of underrated. Your friend was just talking about the 80s Pumpkinhead movie today. Actually. Oh, really? Yeah. So now you get to hear it again. It must be seasonal, huh? But yeah, there's a new R.L. Stine one. Goosebumps guy. So nothing related to the 80s one. It's gonna be landing on Tubi, tubitv.com. It's kind of similar though. Guy turns into a pumpkin, I guess, or like humanoid with a pumpkin as a head. Seeing that today is Pumpkin Spice Day. Again, coincidences, but maybe not so much coincidence because, it is the spooky time of the year. But if it was like April or something, or May, then yeah, that might be a coincidence. But yeah, usually around this time, you'll get a mention or two, especially within, folks that are familiar with horror, especially like classic 80s style horror, or 80s era. Similar premise, pumpkins for heads, long-standing trope for good. Yeah. Scarecrows, sometimes people use scarecrows for the, or pumpkins for the scarecrow head. Suggesting Return to Oz. Oh, that's another one that I'm going to be watching for the 40th anniversary. I have that on Blu-ray, by the way. Love that film. Watch that one over and over. Great one for Halloween. It also lands on Halloween, by the way, that film. Oh, looks like ads are turning up a bit. $30. Oh, it's been cut off over here. Oh, I gotta gotta round that part out for the wing. I love the laughing one. Maybe I should keep it like this. I don't know. Just to differentiate it from the other emotes. And then maybe regularly the eye, when it opens up the eye, it would just look like this. So maybe I gotta like realign this or something. Try to. Oh man, yeah, just keep both eyes on one side of the face. Oh, this would be like the that crow or that bird in K-pop Demon Hunters. It's got like multiple eyes. Just having it like this. Oh man. Let's see. Ooh. Oh man. Oh yeah, let's get back in there. Okay, what I was gonna mention. But yeah, Return to Oz, the Scarecrow guy would have I think it was just called Pumpkinhead. Yeah, it wasn't, or was it Jack Pumpkin? I've already forgotten now. I watched that film so many times as a kid because it would air on Disney Channel because Disney would own that. Apparently, you know, this is part of the Disney Dark Age of era films. I would mention from time to time. Ew, why is it a different color? Why was that a different color? Oh, because the background thing I've got. Sometimes the smudge would be the way to go. Yeah, I think it was like either Jack Pumpkin or just Pumpkinhead or something. Yeah, his character name. But then at the same time, like around that time that I saw it, Nightmare Before Christmas was also like out. So it was like somewhere in the mid 90s, 1994, 1995, and then like I guess by the time I saw Return to Oz, it was already like 10 years old. I mean, the film itself is already 10 years old. And I guess myself was also around 10 or 11. But yeah, I really like that one. Anything like Wizard of Oz related, and seeing that one was like the sequel story to Wizard of Oz, you know, like an official story that's attached to it. And man, I watched that over and over. I just love that film, even though it was like horrific to watch as a kid. Generally, you know, like it's not like, it might be a little too scary for some folks, especially towards the end or whatever. But like, I've seen enough films, I think, by that age that I'm just already used to it. And even long before that, and again, like especially around like the 80s era, lots of grim fairy tales have been turned into like horror stories, live action, but keeping that, you know, the horrific vibe of the original stories intact. So not many people talk about this one iteration. I probably won't want to mention it because I want to keep it low key. But there's a version of one of those fairy tales in live action film that I used to watch a lot. Me and my sis, we used to watch it a whole lot. And the mirrors for that film. There's a little clue there. The way they made these mirrors look and appear in that film was so cool. Like the special effects in that, all practical, and they had real faces on that mirror, all along around that mirror, multiple faces. So if you know anyone out there who knows what film I'm talking about, right there. But yeah, back in those days, and that was like a great rental too. We got that from a rental, like a video rental, and we just made a copy of it and just watched it at home whenever we want. But now I own that on DVD, so I just watch that anytime. Yeah, so it's had like an official DVD release of it, and yeah, now I own it. And no one ever talks to me, no one I know around me, whether online or in person, other than family members, like we would know it, and we still watch it. Well, I guess we don't watch it anymore, but you know, it's just ingrained in the memory. Whereas for me, I still remember it. Still, I guess it is just horrific, but it's a story for children. But fast forward like 30 years, no one knows what that is. You know, no one has seen, you know, the newer generation doesn't know about these films. Because, I don't know, it was just like defunct companies, you know? They don't make or put these films out on streaming services or anything anymore, or newer formats. So it's never been put out on Blu-ray, only DVD, you know? So past the DVD age, that's it. Can no longer buy it. To this day, I feel like when people try to find these films, they won't find it on Blu-ray. They can only find it either on VHS or DVD. That's why physical media is just, you know, still as important as it was when it was still relevant. But yeah, I don't know. Some films just like they come and go all the time, and only a select few people still remember some of those films. Like The Mouse and the Motorcycle. Who else around me remembers the mouse and the motorcycle? Ralph, the mouse. Small percentage, I'll tell you that. No one remembers that film. Other than like my friend Josh. But like, you know, for me to come across another person on the internet to remember that film, you know, it's very rare. You know, 0.01% of everyone that I've met online. No one would know it. But you'll be lucky if you can find that one person that knows that film, right? And I found that person. Happens to be that one good old Josh boy. Man, I got the VHS of that. It's never been put out on DVD nor Blu-ray. Only VHS. I own it. No one else. But it's all nostalgia for me, for myself. But it's good to see like others might have the same kind of childhood, that may experience the same films that you watched as a kid. And yeah, I don't know. As Pine would say, blessed. Blessed to find the folks that also has seen the film, or certain films, you know, or piece of music or something. But yeah, it's you know, one of those things where it's like over time, there's less and less people that would remember some of these films and new pieces of music or games or something. I don't know, whatever piece of media. Blessed. So when I posted like an Instagram photo or a Facebook photo of that movie on VHS, and then Josh was the one that replied to it, because I have him friended on Facebook and stuff, it's like, oh, I remember this movie. It's like, oh man, you're like the only other person that remembers this movie. Oh man, that's such a great movie. It's actually an adaptation of a book, and it's a great adaptation. So when fast forward to like 30 years later, and then all these people on the internet saying, "Oh yeah, there's no perfect adaptation of a book out there." When there's I know of like a few examples, but it's not like an epic fantasy or anything, you know? It's just a children's book adapted into a movie. Does that not count, you know? People say like, you know, when they adapt into live action movies, it doesn't work out well. And they want examples. No, I'll keep that example to myself. You don't have to know what it is. You know? You know what you know, I know what I know. Like those guys can say whatever they want on the internet. They can just complain all they want, and they'll just never bother to look up themselves and just watch movies for what they are. But, you know, even if I mentioned the title of the film or book, would they even care? You know, would they know what that film is about? Would they even care about the stories at all? But yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's like, you know, bigger IPs like the Lord of the Rings and stuff, Harry Potter and all that. But it's like, you know, who else would even care? Like, remember Indian in the Cupboard? The Indian in the Cupboard. I love that story. I love those books. And after watching the movie, that was like the movie was like really close to the story, like the actual book. And they work close with the author too. Like I remember the making of that film when watching it. It's back in like 94, 95. Like the author was involved in making that movie. You know, she was like supervising the production of that film, making sure everything goes right. I'll just ask the class, who here remembers the Indian in the cupboard? Yeah. No hand. Raise your hands. No hands raised. But yeah, that's another one. You know, like that's another great adaptation, but like no one really remembers it. At least for the first book, there's like I think there's at least I think there's like 4 different books in total. I haven't kept up with it. But for the first film that covers the first story, like that was a really well done adaptation, like turning that into a live action movie. Fresh actors, we never seen the actors before, you know, that plays the main kid. Fresh faces, and yeah, even for the little native, like he did a really good job playing Littlefoot, or however the name was for the guy. Little Bear, I think it was Little Bear. Was it Little Bear? Can't remember now. There was a show called Little Bear too. Either Littlefoot or Little Bear. I don't know. A little something. Hey there, Slash. Slash, I'm just talking about like some old movies. Slash might know some of the old movies I mentioned. Hey there, buddy. Yeah, we're doing a crow. I just uploaded the skull one, a very glowy neon colored one. So this one's already up. I've edited the cloud one as well, and now we got a crow coming up. See how it looks on a dark background. Like it blends in so well here. So I think in order to make it stand out from the dark mode background, I think I might have to make maybe another outline or like a glowy. Yeah, let's see how it looks when it has like that glow outline thing. I may have to blend or combine the two layers together, like as a flat layer, and then do the outline. But let's see how it looks here. Either inner to give it like that edge lighting. That's another technique too. I feel like I need to use that more, but sometimes it doesn't work as the way I want it. And then there's the drop shadow. Wait, not drop shadow. The outer glow. Yeah, the outer glow. So like this. This would allow it to like, you know, look like it would stand out a little more on the dark background. So this could be something that could be a technique that I could use. Maybe not too thin, but I think maybe somewhere around here. Whatever the color may be. Oh, maybe the purple one is pretty good. Or whatever this color is here. Like a slight lavender-ish color. Oh yeah. Look at that. It's pretty cool. Yeah, the backlit. The crow. Eric Drew. Yeah, I was going on about like how I love the crow, you know. Slash is like a big comic book guy. Slash, remember the Max? I assume you still remember the Max, right? Another IP that no one, like generally not many people talk about nowadays. So unless you do art or unless you know comic books or grew up in that era, you may not remember the Max. But yeah, that's another one. Signed by Sam Keith. Oh man, you have every issue. Look at that. See what I mean? He also did Wolverine for Marvel. Oh man, yeah, I can definitely see that. You know, the Max, because he has like the claws, like the knuckle claws thing, you know. So it's very reminiscent of like Wolverine. I'm trying to remember this other character, another comic book character. I forgot the name of. Who's got like a similar look, but he's got like a ponytail. You know what I'm talking about, Slash? Another one from like the early 90s era of comic books. I think it was released on Image Comics, if I recall. Either Image Comics or Mirage. I think it was Image Comics. Jim Lee label. Yeah, it was a show that aired on MTV. The Max. Along with the head. You remember the head? It's like a whole entire question of id. Of a homeless. Yeah. It was like a homeless man. And then I guess he just transformed to what would become the Max, I guess. I remember certain scenes like in the animated series. Yeah, Ian Flux was another one too. That's the big one that most people remember. So that got turned into a live action film. The whole cartoon festival. Yeah. So that was the whole festival one was called The Head. I love, for some odd reason, I love the weirdness of that show. Just the way they design the characters, the big guy with the big head. Wait, just the guy that has a big head. And then like Beavis and Butthead would be the other, you know. But just the way they drew that, I don't know. Just something about that, just enjoy watching, you know. because you don't see that in any other show, unless it's like a sequence in a dream or something that happens to a character where, you know, it would be like unfortunate for the character. But to have that design for a character like regularly. But I don't remember much else from it, like story-wise. I don't remember much from that show though. I just remember it being a thing. I just remember liking it. But yeah, the head. It was just called the head. But there were like a couple characters in that group that just walks around. Maybe if I try to find some episodes, maybe I'll get the story. But I think most of that show was like more on the visual thing, the visual side of things, less so the story. But it was back when, like, you know, they were doing like all experimental stuff with animation. But yeah, that's back in, like, you know, early 90s, and MTV was just like experimenting with animation. Where they don't do it nowadays, it's more like reality shows. So onwards till like the late 90s, early 2000s, there would be more reality shows. So reality shows started to take over the music videos even. So MTV became what MTV wasn't later on. But yeah. Man, I remember like MTV News. Doom, 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 doom. MTV News. Reminds you of old comics like Too Much Coffee Man and The Flaming Carrot. Just an odd character that's capable of capturing your attention because of bizarre nature. Yeah, like the Tick. I would reference the Tick every now and then, especially in Scribblet. Whenever Tick prompt would pop up in Scribblet, I would just draw the Tick and no one would guess it. No one remembers the Tick. They had an Amazon series. I didn't get to watch the entire thing. I only caught the pilot of the Tick. There was like a reboot of it, and that was it. I think they only had like 1 or 2 seasons or something like that. It looked really good though. Like the costume design and everything reminds me a lot of the 97, whichever year it was, 96, 97, where the costume was more shiny in that old one. It was the animated one, and then there's a live action one, both from Fox. And then they made a more recent one for Amazon. Just got a more like matted texture for suit, so it's not as shiny looking. But I still like it from what I saw. Yeah, there was a reboot for Amazon. I guess I would say it's worth seeing. But then again, I only saw like the pilot. But from what that pilot presented, like I feel like it's good enough to check out the rest. But I don't know anyone else around me that has seen it, other than maybe one other person that remembers the Tick. But we've conversed about that show and the past shows, about just about that IP in general. You know, the old cartoon and the live action. Amazon Riders. Which one's that one? Speaking of like shows that was on Amazon and it's been canceled, there was once a Zombieland pilot for Amazon Prime. I mean. Oh, speaking of which, Amazon Prime is going to be rebranded, I think. Either that or Twitch Prime. Either one of them. There's like a news article that popped up earlier today that they're gonna be rebranding it to like Luna or something. What they're gonna call it. I didn't get to read the details of it, but apparently they're gonna be rebranding the Twitch Prime brand or naming scheme. Oh, to Amazon Luna? Okay, so it's gonna be part of Amazon a little more? Yep. Yeah, I don't know about that. Now it just feels like more as like Amazon that's just taking over everything on Twitch side. And for them to like simplify it and rebranding all of that. So I guess Twitch Turbo would still just be Twitch Turbo then. It's just the Twitch Prime part is where it's gonna be rebranded. And what is to become of Twitch in the next few years? Would it just imagine if they just rebrand the entire Twitch brand to just Amazon? maybe rename the entire thing to something else. Rebrand it to just Luna. Luna. They're failed gaming streamers. Oh, wait, did they really have a game streaming service? Yeah, they do in it. Just got done drawing a naked alligator, man, for commission. Oh, nice. See my awesome crow art refreshing. Yeah. Yeah. I want to try and add. These are like some ideas that I've been wanting to put as emotes for a long while, like for several years, and I just hadn't got around to it till now. But yeah, I know it's just I guess upon setting the channel to affiliate just gives me the motivation to, oh yeah, maybe I should add some emotes officially now, and it could have been just like a YouTube thing where I could just add the emotes on there, but now that everything is just syncing together, I can just make them all at the same time and add them at the same time. So both YouTube, Twitch, and then Kick, just have them all line up at the same time, I guess. But yeah, spooky seasons calls for spooky emotes, so here we are. So we got a skull, we got the crow coming up. At first, I didn't think to add these eyes here. Oh, wait, not that one. Kind of look like sunglasses when I do. Where is the layer that had that? This one here. First, it was just gonna be like this. Actually, first it was gonna be like it was gonna look forward. This is how I originally drew it. It was looking forward, and then like I edited it early today before going live. So now we have this with the eyes. These are the eyes that were from the past emotes. So I bring out the folder. It was like the cloud one. So it essentially started with this as the base, and then like there's the apple one, this banana one, and then the water droplet one. So it's like it continues to be used. The same eyes are used for the rest of these emotes. I try to put it on for the bird. Watch. It looks hilarious though. I put it up here. I even had to like crop that part out at the bottom here so that it fits in. But it looks pretty toony though. I don't know. Then I thought to do this. So it's like a crying, more cutesy kawaii version of it. So it's like laughing, crying. Yeah. But this layer is like more of a temporary layer, just in case. So in case these eyes don't work here, this one here, I might want to go this route. I find this to be a little more cuter though. Yeah, keeping it toony. But then I won't know how to name the emotes. Would it be Crow LOL or Crow Cry maybe? I don't know. I think having a crying version of the crow, he would have his head down and then there'll be a teardrop, you know. But I don't know. This is more like a laugh cry sort of thing. That's hilarious though. Oh, good. I would love to see this animated. I think if it comes down to it, I'll make an animated version of this. Yeah, like it's like a happy cry, a laugh cry. The crow, yeah, the crow with the buttons, yeah. Previously, it started like this. It was down here. The buttons. Then I had to put it up here. Yeah, that's what I got so far. Previously on X-Men. Man, I haven't caught up on the X-Men 97 yet. I think that should still be up on Disney Plus, right? Oh, I'm using the wrong color here. Previously on X-Men. I used to have one of those tapes. The first episode with Morph. I think I told the story before, but I tried to record a Mortal Kombat 2 commercial, the one with the live action Reptile, Sub-Zero, Katana and stuff. And it was such a hype commercial. Like I remember seeing like standees costumes for those characters at Electronic Boutique out in front too. And you know, the same promotion that they had for the commercial, the TV commercial for Mortal Kombat 2. Such a huge fan. But I tried to record that commercial. They would air it during wrestling on Saturdays. Saturday afternoon, like around noontime, they would have like wrestling on whichever channel it was, like either Fox or whatever, or UPN. And then I would wait during the commercials to try and record it. And then I thought I had enough space before the episode starts on that X-Men tape. And then when I rewound and watched it again, it actually went over the intro. I want to try and dodge that intro because I thought the commercial would be like short enough to cover the beginning of that tape, because I didn't have any other extra tapes to record it. So that was the only other tape that I had lying around. It's just that X-Men one. So when I played it back and I saw it recorded over the intro, the X-Men intro, I was like, oh no, facepalm. So it's you know, that portion is gone. That portion of the intro is just gone. But you have a cool Mortal Kombat 2 commercial. But yeah, I was such a big fan of that. It was that one, and then like the Nightmare Before Christmas commercial that would air on TV all the time around those years. So like 1993, 1994, more so 1993. But yeah, I was learning how to use the VCR, and like around those years, I was you know, so into recording things off the TV. And yeah, it was just thanks to my dad that taught me how to use it. Then he taught me the basics of how to hook up the cables and whatnot, or you know, what button does what. But then as the more I use it, the more I learn how to do other things, like how to time it, to schedule the recording of it for shows that I can't catch when it's airing live and stuff. But man, I would record anything and everything. Whatever movie that I find that's gonna be fun to watch and stuff. Record every episode of like Power Rangers and or like Silver Surfer or something, Batman. Music videos on MTV. Including that Big Empty song that I was mentioning earlier. I was such a big fan of Stone Temple Pilots after that, the Crow soundtrack. Watched 4 episodes, slept through the rest, and forgot about it. Oh man. Yeah, same too. I gotta find some time to fit in some of that X-Men '97. I keep seeing it in the lists whenever I try to scroll through like Disney Plus and stuff. And now that Simpsons is coming out with like a second movie, I'm like, man, I feel like I want to put on some Simpsons in the background or something. Yeah, some of the Pizza Hut ones where Wolverine was Australian. Wow. Pizza Hut one with the guy in the left field, Dandelions Grow. Oh man. It was from the 1990 Turtles VHS tape. Oh, I know I own the I own part 3 on VHS, like the official like VHS thing. I love that movie. I don't care what people say, man. I love that. I love all those, the original trilogy of the films. Right, and nowadays I have it on Blu-ray, but it was neat to see that they brought it back to theaters to show it again. I liked all 3 of them. I don't know why people like online they just hate it. AKA the Turtles in Time. Some people call it the Turtles in Time. I'm guessing that's like a European titling or something. But even my local friend called it Turtles in Time movie. I was like, what? No, it's just called Turtles 3. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3. And then he's like, oh no, Turtles in Time. And then I'm like, no, that's the game. that's the arcade and Super Nintendo game and stuff. And I was confused by that. So I guess now, and now I see people online, more and more people call it Turtles in Time. But yeah, I don't know. I always knew it as like Turtles 3. So it's still Turtles 3 for me. Yeah, I didn't know people actually hated it until like the internet age, I guess. But I was always such a fan of it. I would see commercials of it before it hit theaters, and it looks so fun. It looks so like they're out in Japan, and it's still the Turtles, It's still the Turtle Bros. I don't know what I'm drawing here. I'm just making marks on the screen. Alright, let's see him go back. Yeah! So, see the thing is, we get to see more of that lair. Well, I guess part 2, because it's the same lair from part 2, because they would move into that new area underground. And I remember the line that they said, oh yeah, it ain't the Hilton. Yeah. Well, it ain't the Hilton, as in the hotel. But they fixed it up, and then by part 3 they were already, they're already settled. And then April was there, Casey Jones was there. We did see a majority of it in part 2. While they were, conjuring the donuts, the donuts for the mutants with the scientists. I always remember that actor, David. I've got his name. I've got his last name. When I see his name, David Wagner, I think. might be misremembering. David, I know it has like a W in it. So many Davids of that era. There's a David Wise, David Duchovny. So many Davids. But David Wagner, I think, was his name, the actor. He passed away like a few years ago. But I always knew him as the doctor or the scientist in Turtles 2, Secret of the Ooze. Oh, no wonder why it's on that thing. And yeah, him and Donatello, they were conjuring that that recipe for Tokan Razor. Man, those films had such great soundtracks. I would always rewind the end credits and just like listen to Tarzan Boy from Part 3. That's like, oh my gosh, such a nostalgic song. And I always remember like summer, usually around the summertime, like it just fits that vibe, you know? You hear those drums, the karaoke scene in Part 3, where the Japanese soldiers from the past, they're just having a great time at karaoke. And Casey Jones just hanging out with them. And then Casey Jones is like, oh no, come on, let's go home. We gotta send you guys back home. And they're still partying. They're still karaokeing and just drunk. They were doing nothing else, just karaokeing and just drunk. Until it was time for them to go back home. Because they had to balance out the way that they had to time travel through the scepter. The amount of bodies that has to balance. So if it's like 4 or 5 that has to travel back and forth, they have to be there holding that scepter, or else there might not be another time that they could travel back. It's a neat concept, but you know, when it comes to like time travel films, it's like, you know, Back to the Future was, you know, the top of the line for that kind of element in films. Not everyone can do it. I don't even know what I'm doing here for the wings. Oh, David Warner. Okay, there you go. Close. I was close to it. David Wagner. David Warner, yeah. There you go. Best quote was when the kid found something under his grandpa's bed. Oh man, I don't remember what that quote was. I remember when that kid, apparently his name was Yoshi in that, like his character's name was Yoshi, which made me think, oh yeah, maybe that kid has something to do with the future, the to-be Splinter. That's why, you know, when I didn't realize that until much later as an adult, that, oh yeah, maybe they were trying to do something where that little kid could grow up to be Splinter, like some form of Splinter, either Splinter's master or Splinter, like the Splinter, the humanoid version of Splinter. But seeing that the live action made it so that there's a human and then there's the rat, and the rat is like the pet. So it, you know, they would go that route. But yeah, the kid's name was Yoshi, just like Super Mario Brothers Yoshi. Like, oh yeah, now there's more characters named Yoshi. But yeah, by then, you know, the one Yoshi we knew was the one from Super Mario World. I remember Raph would make the yo-yo. The kid was like, oh, what's this? Raph's like, it's called a yo-yo. and it shows them how to use it. Man, I still remember that. It was a very odd looking yo-yo too. Like they made it so that it looks ancient, you know, with the way yo-yos were back in those days. Because that's originally like a Chinese invention. Because I remember studying that back in like '97, and the shape that they presented that yo-yo in that film was so odd. Because normally it would be the other way around with the two sides, but it's like shaped like almost diamond-like in a way. I don't know how else to describe it. Like more disc, like a flying saucer shape, which is kind of odd to see for a yo-yo. But yeah. In the IDW, yeah, Hamato Yoshi, yep. Basically, so I thought, oh yeah, what if they fall within, or it could be like like the kid could have grown up to be someone where it would inspire Splinter to be named after him, you know? Because imagine what they would do in a fourth Turtles movie after that. What they were planning to do. Like I didn't realize till like decades later. It's like, man, what could have been if they had, you know, moved forward with that writing, you know? They were reincarnated. Yep. So each iteration, not just the IDW comics, but like each iteration, the TV show, the animated films, you know, every new season or whatever, there's always a new iteration and a refresh of the series. Either, you know, April is either white or black, you know. There's always some sort of, you know, different change, a new generation. That's why like the Turtles franchise is still running today, because they can do it. They can experiment with it over and over. I guess the same goes for like other comics. Batman, they do the same thing too. They try to experiment with like the flashpoints. But yeah, Turtles, same thing. Power Rangers, same thing. Now we get into like the geeky stuff. But yeah, I feel like Turtles get the most when it comes to like different iterations, because they have to refresh it for a new generation each time. Like it's kind of hard to be a Turtles fan because you love the series for the '87 style and the, you know, the movies, the '90s movies look and you know, vibe of it. But like, I don't know, it's like even amongst my local friends, like back when like the 2012 CG Turtles TV series came out, it's like one of my friends who's also a big fan of it, he was not on board with the 2012 Turtles, you know. He just didn't like the look of it, the design of those turtles with the 2012. But I don't know. You know, there's always an iteration that would turn a lot of people off, a lot of the fans off, and the same thing happens again for later iterations beyond that. Like even like another example would be the Teen Titans. You know, Teen Titans Go. Look at how much people got angry because of Teen Titans. Teen Titans Go, especially. But I don't know, you know, different generation, different design for different generation. But yeah, like the past still exists, and and they can still bring that design back in a new way. Depends on who writes the story. And that's what's special about like the 2012 series, because they actually went back and redid some of that by bringing some of those characters back in like certain episodes, you know. There will be like, oh yeah, and then also like Turtles Forever, you know, that's another made-for-TV movie or two-part movie special where they had like all these different iterations meshed into one, including the original 84 comic, the Mirage Turtles. Like in black and white form, they actually step into like the black and white world, you know, the comic book world. So you know, those turtles get to meet the other turtles. It's so cool to see that. Like there's barely any other IP that can do that, that has the ability to do that, but do it well, you know. Power Rangers, they're able to do it. You know, they combine all different generations of Power Rangers, the Sentai, into like one special episode.
Wow.
All the Red Rangers from each iteration, you know, they form together as a team to fight. Yeah. Like, not many franchises can do that. All the Kamen Riders, all the Ultramans, you know, different generations of Ultraman form into one. But yeah. It's great when like studios get the opportunity to do that. Like IDW has all these different, they have access to all these different IPs, and then they make the dreams come true where they combine like G.I. Joe with Transformers into a limited mini series of comics. You know, they combine like Ghostbusters with TMNT, and so on. You know, Power Rangers and DC Comics into one. You know, now there's like DC and Godzilla. Justice League, I mean, not just, yeah, it's like Justice League and the Godzilla monsterverse, you know. So that's King Kong, Godzilla, and whoever else within that universe, you know. And that's the American production. So they would have license from like Toho to make all this happen in the form of comics. But they're trying to put it into movies too, but you know, they got to build it. They got to make their way towards it by creating that monsterverse. But yeah, a lot of the stuff exists in the world of comics before they would turn them into movies, before they can do it in movie form. Like, the fact that they were not PG, oh yeah, definitely. Oh man. Yeah, wow indeed. Alright, take it easy, Slash Man. Thanks for stopping in. Always love chatting geeky stuff and comics. Also, happy spooky month. Yeah, no problem, man. Enjoy the month of October. Let's see what time it is right now. Oh my gosh, okay. So it's like about like 1:30 right now. I gotta finish this up soon. I'm not sure I can actually finish The Crow tonight though. I was like, take my time with it, I guess. But I don't know. Maybe I'll come back to this tomorrow or another day to maybe properly finish it up. Maybe decide whether to go with these eyes, or maybe the other eyes. I gotta see how the other eyes look when it's like in this location, because I feel like it may need to look cute. I know. I like the eye in this location, but it does look funny like this too. Let's see, I'm trying to move this one around. But at least got the skull in, so that counts. What if I have like this? Tilt it. Tilt it along with the head. And try both. Also, this crow reminds me of the character Matthew from The Sandman. Oh, speaking of which, I still need to see season 2 of The Sandman. No one I know has talked about season 2, the Netflix live-action series. Neil Gaiman. Where? Maybe this location right here. Bum, 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 bum. See the shine at the top of the eyes there makes it look like it's like the eyelids. So maybe this angle is good. So that way it's like almost as close as this. Let's probably add like another part of the eye on this side here. Wait, let's see if that lines up. Yeah, it's close enough. I might have to adjust it a little more, maybe re-edit it. Oh yeah, I'm telling. Let's see. Reform this a bit. Yeah, there's a crow character in The Sandman named Matthew. Pretty much plays like a companion to the main character that is the Sandman. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. Yeah, I'm pretty proud of the skull one. Oh, look at that! It's so glowy. Okay, I might have to clean this up a little more. Bum, bum, bum. Tapping on the wrong keyboard again. Are they mischievous? They're. I wouldn't say that they're mischievous. Like Matthew is mainly there for guidance, I guess, and helping the Sandman. Oh, I forgot what the other name that. Oh, I think. Oh, I think his like his job is to adjust people's dreams. He's also called just Dream. Like Dream is his other name. There's I think it's like 5 characters. There's like Desire. There's like 5 characters that has a different purpose, and they start with the letter D. You know, so Sandman would be Dream. So he messes with people's dreams, and then the other guy is Desire. There's one that's Destruction, I think, and then the other one is Death. Death is a woman. So Death and Dream. It's a pretty cool concept. I like how Neil has come up with like these characters and stuff. And yeah, I just have to see season 2. I just gotta see season 2 because in season 2 we see more. I guess by the end of season 1, may not want to spoil it, but we see Desire make its way in, and the person, the kind of character that Desire is, they, of course, they would. It all pertains to like people's psyche, and I guess people's dreams, people's desires. I'm curious to see how they portray that other character in season 2, because they introduced that character by the end of season 1, so now I want to see how they portray them in season 2. But yeah, it might not be like everyone's cup of tea, but I don't know, it's made for people that enjoyed the comics. But when like someone else that kind of, they're on the fence about watching the Sandman, but when they see it, they don't really enjoy it. Like they're probably not gonna bother watching any more of it, any more than like 2 episodes, But like, season 2, and it's on Netflix, and Netflix is notorious for canceling shows, so this is our chance to watch it, or else they may just cancel the entire thing, But like, again, like it's not everyone's cup of tea. Not everyone's into this IP, Same as how not everyone's into the Turtles, or not everyone's into Batman. But Batman is pretty popular. But like, for a show that's still surviving, on Netflix, and for there to be a season 2 is a blessing. A blessed show, Like I appreciate that they're still striving to make it happen, But I only know like one other person that's watched the entire thing so far. I do like that, I like that there's at least a few people out there that watches it. It was I guess season 1 was pretty hype when it came out, because there was nothing else on Netflix to watch. So it's good to know that the first season at least did well, and then it was just like a matter of a wait until they wrap up season 2 and then release it, right? So they did the whole like, release one half of it at this week, and then another week, like a month later or something, release the second half of season 2. That's what Netflix does nowadays to further build hype for it or something. But I've yet to see like a single episode of season 2. I want to, though. Again, it's like finding the time to watch them. My time to watch like movies and shows is on the weekends. Like I can't watch them midweek. There's so much happening, and it's too busy during the week. It has to happen on the weekends. But I don't know. Maybe I'll get to it. Possibly in November when there's like more free time. I think October is just way too jam-packed. All spooky stuff, old and new. But I don't know. Sandman is not spooky. So when people that loves horror watches the Sandman, they might get bored by it, because it's not necessarily horror, even though it does have some like, I don't know, humans getting killed and stuff like that. But it's more supernatural drama, if anything. Maybe a little bit of action. But again, it's not a show for everyone. Not everyone's gonna like it. I enjoy it. I don't know. Like it's not like Stranger Things. But I guess Stranger Things is more appealing to the younger audience than it is to I don't know. And I do enjoy Stranger Things. I'm just waiting for that final season to arrive. Yeah, so many great shows, and so soon. Like I still think of like Archive 81, if you've ever seen it. Great show. More on the horror side, but such a great concept, and the way the story rolled out. I was so hyped by that final episode, and they never made it anymore after that. Canceled. Canceled after that. So unfortunate. I was so both mad and sad about that cancellation. Ah, man. Such a great show. One of my favorites of that year, whichever year that was, like 2021 or something, 2022, 2020 even, I don't know. Go what year it was. But Archive 81, definitely would recommend. It may not be, you know, again, may not be anyone's cup of tea, but it was my cup of tea. Cup of coffee even. Because today is also International Coffee Day. Or at least it was. Technically over now though. But yeah, Archive 81, such a... the way it was unveiled. It was kind of predictable too, but then like... also a bit of surprise when they did show it. Like what was happening at the end with that final episode. Man, I wish they could make more. I want to see what happens next. Oh man, that was so... It's like when Fox would end Fringe. You ever watch Fringe, the sci-fi show? Nothing more came out of that. Like they ended it with a cliffhanger. Like we never saw any more of it. I always think of Fringe as like an example. X-Files, another one, you know, that was ended as cliffhanger. Were there ever any other shows you ever watched, Pine, where you want there to be more, but then they always cancel, you know? You heard about it, then heard even more when people were upset, being yeah. It happens a lot. It has happened a lot. Cowboy Bebop live action. Personally, I did enjoy that, but again, like so much hate surrounding it that Netflix was just, you know what? Let's just drop the entire project. Due to the internet hating on it, but it is what it is. I don't know. I had fun with it for what it was, you know? Yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely happens a whole lot more nowadays. But it's always been a thing, you know, like there will be studios that expect bigger numbers as the show goes on. And if it doesn't reach those numbers, then oof, gotta pull the plug, right? Yeah, well, there's some great shows back then. And when was it Netflix or I forgot who it was. I see what was it that didn't get a renewal. Twin Peaks didn't get a renewal. I think before he passed away, David Lynch had more in planning for the next season of Twin Peaks, but they didn't get the green light to make another season. So it's never to be made. Again, ending with a cliffhanger. With the return. Not even like a second movie to wrap it up. To wrap up what would come next in that story. Whenever I think of that show, it's like some of my favorite things ever. And we don't ever get to see a continuation of that. So when I mentioned like Queens of the Dead earlier, where Tina Romero, his daughter, George Romero's daughter, would continue with that next film, and it's supposedly the final of the films because it's the last thing that George Romero had written to continue that Dead series. And now seeing a movie out of it, and it's more of like an indie vibe, you know, like it's not gonna be like mainstream or anything. Like, it's still neat to see it like being produced and realized in honor of the late George Romero, you know. That goes for like, you know, any other filmmaker that didn't get a chance to finish their films. So many cases like that though. Like even what's his name? Satoshi Kon, who's done like Perfect Blue, Millennium Actress, Paprika, you know. He had another film in the works, like sometime in like the early 2000s. Like it was gonna be made, but they never made it. Like there was like drawings and drafts drawn and stuff, and it didn't get finished. So he passed away before it did. Yeah. It never, I guess the rest of the film never to be seen the light of day. They may be like documentaries that could be made to showcase some of the remaining artwork and stuff, or any pieces of animation of it, but like the full film would never be completed without him. But I forgot what the film was gonna be called though. But it's gonna be it would have been like set in the future, like a post-apocalyptic world where it's like a steampunk sort of thing, steampunk ordeal. But it looked really nice, almost like a BioShock kind of thing. With the way the characters looked in that. It reminds me of that other Japanese animated film called Metropolis. It's got that sort of art style, you know? Similar setting. Futuristic world and all this mechanical stuff surrounding the character. Gosh, I'm still on the wings here. Metropolis, yeah, I really like that one. I saw it many years ago, like probably 2 decades ago by now. Really like that one too. It is actually inspired by or based on the 1920s German film, also called Metropolis, live action. It's like one of the first sci-fi films ever made. Involves like an android robot and stuff. And then like out comes this the Japanese film, animated and also involves an android. But a little bit of like cyberpunk. Cyberpunk was like sort of on a rise, and you know, after Akira, and then you have like Metropolis. There was another one. There was another like mini series called I don't know if you heard of this one, but it's called Armitage the Third. I really like that one. It was from Pioneer. I don't know if you're familiar with Pioneer Animation. It was like prominent during the mid '90s onwards, but they had a series called Armitage the Third, where it also has like a female protagonist. There was a movie. There was like an OVA miniseries, But the movie just combines like some of the episodes into one. And even fast forward to like now, like 30 years later, you barely hear anyone mention Armitage the Third. You know, because it hasn't been relevant. Like people would know about Ghost in the Shell, you know, but who else in the world would remember Armitage the Third? There hasn't been any new iteration of it, so you know, how can it stay relevant with today's audience, right? There you go, another one. Maybe one of these days I'll probably do like a little fan art of it, just in case they were to remake it. But I don't know, whatever it is. There's probably like a label or studio out there that's gonna try and remake it, like how they're doing like Alita. Still waiting for that next film, James Cameron. I always want to see that, but never had the opportunity. Oh yeah. Yeah, I remember, you know, back in the Laserdisc days. The Laserdisc days, man. One of my mom's friends would own like a collection of Pioneer animation Laserdiscs on Laserdisc, and they would just record like a copy of all of those Laserdiscs on VHS tape, and then they would send me copies. It was like, oh yeah, here you go. Like, oh wow, thanks. And some were like karaoke versions of some of those songs that were featured on like Pioneer animation. So Tenchi Muyo's on there, Armitage the Third. I think it was like Yu Yu Hakusho was on there too before they started airing it on like Cartoon Network and stuff. But it was neat to see that air on TV. It's like, wow, I already know about this show, but I need to see it like air on TV so that more people can hear and see about it. But yeah, Armitage the Third is another cyberpunk one that continues to trend. It's a cool like concept, but I don't really hear many people talk about it, if at all. There's like only one other person that I know online that knows about Armitage the Third. And then other than that, no one else. No one else. It's like, man, where are all the fans? Where are all the Moldiver fans? No one knows Moldiver. I still remember the theme song. That was also a Pioneer animation. I had that on DVD. Man, so many different IPs back then that like it's dormant forever, never to be like re-released ever again. All behind closed doors and shelved away for eternity. No one's ever to see or know about these IPs ever again. Unless Discotek picks it up somehow from Jenny On. I don't know if Jenny On is even still around. But after Pioneer Animation was over, they rebranded to a Jenny On. And even now, I don't think Jenny On even exists anymore. They're just over. They're just done. So Discotek would be the label that would pick up these licenses and just continue to put them on, remaster them and put them on Blu-ray. But yeah, I don't know. Time will tell whether or not we get a remaster of some of those old shows. I don't know what I'm doing here for the wing. I'm just like doing whatever. Yeah, I missed some of those old shows. They were like in their prime, and the animation style was just like top notch, you know. El Hazard, you know. They haven't made any new El Hazard for a long while. People would know like Neon Genesis, but what about El Hazard? What about Visions of Escaflowne? I think that's a little more popular, but I think more people know about that one than like El Hazard and stuff. I know I mentioned like Magic Knight Ray Earth. It's more fantasy. Record of the Lotus War, another fantasy that may not have reached the audience potential, but that's like a Dungeons and Dragons sort of thing. I remember seeing that on Sci-Fi Channel. Record of the Lotus War. It was like an entire movie of it. All right. Oh, there was another what other IP there was. The past few days I've been thinking about like Rune Warriors. There's going to be a new series coming up next year, I think. And it's supposedly a sequel to the old show. But the animation style is so modernized, like I can't. I wanna get into it and I wanna vibe with it. I wanna see the differences and stuff, but I just can't get used to the new art style. It would look nice in HD and stuff, like fidelity wise, it looks nice, but like the design of it, I can't say I can vibe with it, but I want to try. Want to try it and accept it, you know. Again, it's like the old reinvention for the new generation. Same with the Turtles, you know. The Turtles would have a new look each iteration, so I'm gonna try and accept this one, this next Rune Warriors Samurai Troopers iteration. But I don't know. I think one thing that made the original great was the music. If they can bring the music up in hype along with the transformation sequences, oh man, could have potential. But you know, they tried to revive old IPs in the past. I've seen it done, and sometimes it doesn't work well. I don't know. I like what they did with Dragon Quest though. Dragon Quest, I forgot what the subtitle was even called. That one looked really good, like very well done. They try to do like a new iteration of Astro Boy, Pluto, which I still have yet to see. It's up on Netflix, and I still have yet to see it. My gosh, it's been in my queue for like a long while, and just never got around to it. But I always hear good things about it. Have you seen that one? Pluto. Yeah, Trigun. I watched the original. It's just not. My initial response to that, like I don't want to get into like the that fandom, that era of Cartoon Network, because it's, I don't know, it's just not my forte when it comes to that era, that section of Toonami and Cartoon Network. Like what they did in the past was cool and all, but like it's for a different audience. I think is for like a generation that's like a little after mine. But I see why. I see the appeal of it. You know, it's like how some people now are like into what's another IP I can compare it to. Like all the folks that are into like Cowboy Bebop and Trigun and that era of Toonami. It's like the Americanized audience, and that's fine too. Like, you know, the North American, the Americanized of Japanese animation. You know, I watched it. I took the time to watch some Trigun, whatever, and it took like 12 or 13 episodes just to get good. Like, what the heck? That's my initial feedback of that, and I still stand by that to this day. Like, dude, I watch other series that are up and at 'em already in the first episode, and it took like 12 and 13 episodes just to get this good, really, you know? And I wonder why people like it so much. Just want to get it out of my chest. Trigun, I don't know, man. People like it. I don't know, whatever. People like it, yeah, go ahead. But there are other series that have existed before that, years before that, that moves the story a lot faster and keeps me more interested than what happens in Trigun. Majority of those first episodes of Trigun, just like, what? You're just waiting in the wagon and just waiting for things to happen, you know? But then when things start happening, it takes like 12 episodes to happen. It's like, what the heck, man? Move on. It's like waiting for Dragon Ball Z, waiting for the characters to quit the talking and pick up the action, you know? But yeah, that's what I felt about Trigun when I first watched it. It's like, what the heck? Sitting here just waiting for things to happen. I watched it with a group too. It's like well over 20 years ago. It's like, man, when's the action? You'd think it's gonna be an action kind of a series, but man. Let me go back to my Ronin Warriors, man. Get more action in that than in a single episode than in Trigun. I don't know. There's just more talk in that show than what I expect. But it is what it is. You know, people like what they want to like. If they like the talking, then they like the talking. But yeah, everyone has their reasons and stuff. It's got a different pacing in the manga. Oh, nice. Yeah, I can imagine that being a reason too. Like maybe that's why people say, oh yeah, the manga's better. Yeah. So upon diving into like the animated series, like, what the heck? Yeah, I can see why people can have said that, like, oh yeah, they enjoy the manga better. And sometimes they would change the story up, you know. And not just the story, but like what characters would say versus what they don't. And I guess also the translation, the localization. I mean, you know what I'm doing here? Just making like swabs. Swabs and blobs or something here. All the AMVs, yeah. They take all the action sequences and just put them in the video. All the best parts. Yeah, there you go. So I guess something must have been. Maybe it was someone that they hired that want to save the action sequences for certain episodes or something, you know? Maybe they want to make it more Western, like a more of a Western influence, like spaghetti Western kind of thing, kind of filmmaking. And I can see that, you know, matching well, you know, with the whole Western thing, but then also keeping it like where it's like a bit of a steampunkish in a way, but not so steampunkish. But the metal part of it, the mechanical part of it, working out and meshing together with that setting. Yeah, I can see how people can get into that. But then again, like I feel like there's more IPs that have existed before that has done it already. But maybe not in that same way as Trigun, but like, you know, still. I've seen ones done, I wouldn't say necessarily better, but like, you know, I find more enjoyment out of those other older IPs. Like even Armistice the Third, you know? Like I'll bring that up again, like in comparison to that, I feel like I enjoyed Armistice the Third a little more. but that's a little more cyberpunk. But you know, then again, there's more action going on in that than Trigun. But I don't know. Depends on the director, depends on the people involved, I guess, to make things go a certain way. The reboot of the show was better received from what you understand. Haven't watched. Yeah. It looks good too. Like from the trailer that I saw. Like the art style, I would say would be improved, and you can tell it's like a fresh, new take on it. And even then, I wasn't like interested enough to watch that because it was just not my jam, you know. It's more so someone else's jam, not my jam though. Just when it comes to that particular IP, I'm just not too. I like the concept of it though. I'm just not like full on board with it. But yeah, when they got to the part in the old animated series where they got to the part where they reveal his arm, you know, I was like, oh man, that's cool, but that's cool and all, but why couldn't this have been done? Why couldn't that be revealed early on, you know, like 3 episodes in or something? Why did it take like so long just to get there, you know? Like, man, the pacing of that. And I was watching with like folks who are fans, like big fans of that show. I was like, what? Really? Let me show you this. Let me show you this instead. If you like this, let me show you this instead. See if you like this one. But it is what it is. But I don't know. Just from looking at it once, I can tell what you're gonna get, you know, in a show like that. I'm like sitting there and waiting for things to happen. I'm like, okay, I'll give it a chance. Yeah, I'm interested to see how if Talpa comes back in some way, like maybe. See, I would love to rewatch that series again, either the English or the Japanese version of it. I think they have it up on Tubi. If not that, possibly Crunchyroll or something. But pretty long series. I did enjoy it. I still have some of the soundtracks, Japanese soundtracks, though. CDs. I think if they can get the music right for that new reboot or sequel series, would be awesome. But from the looks of the trailers, like the song is just alright, but man, they gotta get that beat down in the transformation sequence. It was so well done in the original. The sound effects, you know, I'm sure they got the visuals looking great and stuff. The fidelity, the sakura petals just floating around, you know, I'm sure they'll get that down. But like, if they don't get the sound right, it may not be of that similar vibe that I recognize. You know what I mean? They gotta get that metallic sound that the armors would make when they each move that they make, even if it's like a little move of just like putting their arm down or shifting their swords upward or something, their weapons upward. You get that little metallic sound effect that you can only hear in Ronin Warriors, you know, Samurai Troopers. That familiar sound effect. If they don't have that, it's kind of like how you can't have a Mario game without the item block sound or the superstar sound, you know? You gotta have those sounds for it to be recognizable. And if they don't have those sounds, then I don't know. Is it my Ronin Warriors? Probably not. I don't know. I mean, I'll give it a chance still. But man, that sound just adds to it so much that you cannot forget it. It's so iconic, you know? The style is so different. Yeah. I can tell from the get-go, like from that initial trailer, it's like, man, this looks so different. How is it Ronin Warriors though? The character designs are so different. Ryo, how does he look so different? If that's Ryo that I know, why does he look so different? Oh my gosh, I remember the old American theme song. It's so rocky. There's only like one other person that I know that also enjoys Ronin Warriors. They're also a big fan of that. So when I found out that they're also a fan of that Ronin Warriors, I was like, wow, you're like the only other person I know online that knows it. Actually, there's multiple people now. There's like a handful of people I know now. I guess that one other person that I just remembered now has already passed away, but they were also a big fan, and we would reference it every now and then. The whole like Tao Chi, you know, the whole shouting. How do you call that thing? Like battle cry. Yeah, battle cry. Like we would reference that like on stream every now and then. Yeah, one of my friends, streaming friends, goes by the name of Gunho for show, and he would stream arts like on Wednesdays, just like today, and yeah, he was also a big fan of Ronin Warriors. He was into a lot of stuff that I was into, like a bunch of stuff, comics, movies, whatever. So we're about like the same age. But man, sadly he passed away though. I built like a little memorial in Animal Crossing New Horizons, just around those years, like 2020, 2021, I think. Then after that, a lot has changed. People we used to know. Slashman was actually one of them. He was part of that community. He was the guy that came in early today. Slashman. So he's from that same community. Yeah. And then Sonic, like we knew each other from that same community. All of us do art, and we just inspire one another. But yeah. That were different characters. That it said they were the OG and Whiplash. Yeah. Yeah, no worries. We had a whole like art session together after the passing. Like we did like a stream, get together to draw sort of thing that we used to do, you know. So we did a whole draw pile session. So me, Slash, a couple others from the community, Gun Host community, and then just got together and just draw like Mario characters and stuff. It's a collage. But it was just something that we used to do on Wednesdays, is to do art like while the stream is live. Like we both would be doing like live streams at the same time, and we would all do art, try to draw the same, whatever theme it was. We'd have like a showcase of like what we drew like afterwards, you know. It's like a community art showcase thing, and yeah, it was fun. Like that was like a fun thing, and then we get to see everyone's artwork. So it later become like a contest. and then I forgot. Oh yeah, it was like a So it was a contest, and then like they get named artist of the month for Discord. So they get that tag, added to their username. So it's like a fun thing, like the little contest, art contest, and then every month. So then they would showcase it, and then whoever gets the most votes, they get the artist of the month tag for Discord. So that was like a fun little thing that we did. Not many people, like not many art streamers get to do that sort of thing, where they feature art from the community and stuff. But it's good to see like more and more are doing it. But this is back in like 2020 and onwards, like 5 years ago. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe one of these days we'll get to do, if we build like an art focused audience enough. I kind of want to try that someday. Yeah, there's just some clips over on Gunho's channel where they would show some of the art stuff. Some hilarious moments where it's like art related. Especially while he's like doing his commissions, there's always like some fun conversations in that. Terminology that he would use. All right. You know what? Think I might just close it out. I don't know what I'm doing with the wings there. I just keep on adding like a feather and a feather, but it looks so different from what's over here. I didn't make him look more like this here. I don't know what I'm doing here. All right. I'll probably get back to this another day. But I did get this in. Yeah, it is getting late, so I have to take off. Might be able to tell from the sound of my voice, like I'm already tired out by now. But Skull is in. Finally. Trying to get this in all like the past month. There it is. Anyways, thanks all for joining. I think tomorrow it might not be an art session. I'll try to finish this this crow one whenever I can find the time to. I could come back during the day, I'm not sure, but there's like there's the games I kind of want to feature in starts. Tormented Souls I think is one of them. So yeah, because part 2 comes out later this month. I think on the 23rd or something like that. Indie horror game that's retro inspired by classic Resident Evil and Silent Hill and stuff. I want to play the first game, like a full playthrough of it on stream, because I never got to do that. I did play the second game's demo, and I'm excited for the second game. But yeah, if I can start tomorrow, that'd be great. If I can, then maybe I'll come back to do some to finish this crow or something, and then just babble on, yap around. I'm not much of a yapper, but like when it comes to like geeky stuff, I'll yap about it. But anyways, yeah, I take off for now. Have yourselves a wonderful night and our day. See you next one. Later.